come in here.
We used to have mics for everybody's thing.
The little wiry one.
No, they were wireless. Because I remember putting them up, I had to take the batteries out.
No, I know they were wireless, but they had like that bendable mic.
They're the wireless ones.
I think we looked and we had this one and one other one that was potentially.
Those other ones specific to.
The time is 6 o'clock and we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. I'd like to ask Mr. Scarborough to come and give the invitation and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity tonight to come before you. Thank you most of all for your Son and what he did for us. Lord, we ask this evening for wisdom, for guidance, discernment, Father. Give us the forethought to think ahead to things that we can't see yet. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to serve those that you put in front of us. And help us remember that's what our jobs are, is to serve those that you do put in front of us and the example you set from your Son. Just guide us in decisions. Help us to be the best we can be in what you ask us to do. In your name we pray. Amen. Now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now for the Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, and calling the meeting to order, we're going to establish a quorum. Those present this evening are Becky Stevenson, Clint Scheid, Donna Gilliam, Melissa Sartain, Lacey Gosh, Dan Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick. Announcement that this meeting has been duly called and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Opens Meeting Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. At this time, we're going to have student and athlete recognitions. And Ms. Chelsea Orman will proceed.
Good evening. Is this on? Is it on? Okay, sorry. If you could please make your way to the front. We're going to be a little tight this time, but we'll make it work. And I'd like to start off by thanking all of our students to being here during the summer. We know that there's a lot of vacations happening, camps happening, and so we are grateful for those that were able to make it this evening. But we're going to go ahead and start with baseball. So tonight we're thrilled to highlight the incredible season achieved by our Navarro Panther baseball team. This team demonstrated immense grit, talent, and teamwork through an impressive winning season, culminating in their advance all the way to the regional semifinal playoff game. A significant highlight includes earning a co-district championship, a true testament to their hard work and consistent performance with an end-of-season record of 24-12. This remarkable season was even more special as it allowed our student athletes to compete at professional venues, providing them with a truly memorable experience. Beyond their athletic prowess, we are incredibly proud to acknowledge their success in earning academic all-district and special team awards, showcasing their dedication both on the field and in the classroom. We also commend them for their outstanding community spirit and service, volunteering at events like the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, and capturing the spirit of the Heart of Geronimo, hosting community events for youth, educators, and alumni. Please join me in extending our heartfelt congratulations to our entire Navarro Panther baseball team and their coaching staff on a truly remarkable and successful year. Here we go, 1, 2, 3. Parents, if y'all would like pictures, you can come up. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, softball, unfortunately, we weren't able to get any athletes here tonight, but we would still like to recognize them for their achievements. So their season may have not been defined by a win-loss record. It was undeniably rich with lasting memories, unwavering team spirit, and significant skill building for every player. We witnessed tremendous individual growth in areas like RBIs, stolen bases, strikeouts, base hits, and home runs scored, a testament to their dedication and hard work. The season was filled with notable highlights, none more exciting than junior catcher Shelby Stevens breaking her own previous single-season record with an astounding 11 Grand Slam home runs. And this remarkable feat showcases her exceptional talent and power. Beyond the field, our student athletes excelled academically, and we're incredibly proud that 11 players earned academic all-district awards. Furthermore, we celebrate senior Madison Gillum for achieving academic all-state honors and Shelby Stevens for being recognized as an academic all-star. Their commitment to both their sport and their studies truly embodies the spirit of our school. So please join me in congratulating the Navarro Panthers softball team coaches and especially those academically recognized players on a season that, though challenging, was filled with growth, spirit, and memorable achievements. Come on. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, next we have golf. I think we have one golf team player here. Come on up. We're delighted to celebrate the accomplishments of our Navarro golf students, athletes this season. Our varsity golf team, comprised of 19 dedicated golfers, competed across 7 tournaments for both our boys and girls teams. Their hard work truly paid off as they brought home some fantastic hardware, including 8 top 3 individual awards. At the district's tournaments, our girls' teams showed great resilience, finishing in 6th place, and we are incredibly proud that one individual, Landry Wilson, advanced to regionals, who scored an 84 and 91 at district. The boys' teams also displayed impressive skill, finishing 5th in district, and one individual narrowly missing a regional spot by just 1 shot as an alternate. These results speak volumes about their commitment, skill development, and sportsmanship throughout the season. And we congratulate our Navarro golf student athletes and their coaches on a season of growth, strong competition, and memorable moments. One, two, three. Okay.
Thank you, John.
Okay, and next up we have our solo ensemble. On May 24th, 22 talented students participating in 5 ensembles from Navarro High School Band showcased their dedication and skill at the highly competitive UIL State Solo and Ensemble Contest. This contest represents countless hours of practice, commitment, and artistic pursuit, and simply participating at the state level as a testament to their hard work. We're incredibly proud to announce that 4 of these students achieved the highest possible recognition, earning a prestigious Division I rating and bronze medal. Lucas Cantrell, Aiden Ditch, Bryce Percher, and Trinidad Aguirre. This top rating signifies superior musical performance and mastery of their craft, and also reflects their individual talent and perseverance. So please join me in extending our deepest congratulations to Lucas, Aiden, Bryce, and Trinidad, and all 22 of our students who represented Navarro High School at State Solo and Ensemble. All right, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Nice work, guys.
Thank you.
Right, I think that's it.
Okay, at this time, we do not have anyone registered for public participation, so we will go into agenda item 6, the report on the high school construction and bond 2021 and 2024 updates. with AGCM project managers Melissa New and Ryan Swicki.
Good evening, President Sartain, members of the board, Dr. Epley. Let's begin this evening with a deeper dive into the Link-Huber Road intersection. Link and Huber Road was not a recent turn of events, so I had to write a little more of a description. Just to take you back, in July of 2022, with the preliminary results of the initial TIA, there was a meeting that took place with county and city officials. The TIA was conducted after school resumed in the fall of 2022 to finalize, but there were leading factors into the potential of having to widen the intersection at Link and Huber Road. And that was presented in the January 2023 board meeting as well initially. In February of 23, the city assistant engineer coordinated a meeting with the county to get input on how the improvement should be coordinated between the two entities. Because we have the city with authority having jurisdiction over the construction of the school itself, and then the Link and Huber intersection is in county jurisdiction. So we had to figure a way to combine the two. So AGCM led the charge that intersection is not impacted by the new high school. The people who are currently traveling to school will use that roadway. The traffic impact would occur because of future development. Follow-up communication continued with the city of Seguin, which led into a meeting the following month, which was April of 23. And that is documented in our TIA. We discussed the potential for cost sharing, and continued discussions between the county and the district would take place on how we could really facilitate this process. As a reminder, this was communicated in the April 23 and May 23 board meeting update. We circled back to the county in September of 23 when we were in permitting. We took a little bit of a pause because we had to push to get construction going. So at that point, the city wanted a letter from the county regarding the timing of the work at Link and Huber Road. So the county wrote a letter saying that they were working together with the district for future improvements to that intersection, and that was written into our TIA documents. So essentially, I'll keep with the timeline, but because of that letter in April of 23 and it being documented in our TIA, it's technically a part of our permitting documents, right? So right now, why we're coming back to Commissioner's Court is to finalize that letter, actually give the city, okay, the improvements weren't done, and there's other factors that happened between September of 2023 and then last week's presentation to Commissioner's Court. But continuing on, after April of 23 and then in September of 23, they issued the letter. We continued correspondence. We started doing surveys. The city wanted to see how were the residents going to be impacted, what was the actual extent of the right-of-way and the widening of the road. We did boring to see what the materials would be like, how deep we were going to have to dig, how extensive we were going to have to go. And those updates were presented in the February, May, and June board meetings of 2024. In July of 2024, the county shared a forecasted master thoroughfare plan, which hadn't come into play essentially at this point. The concerns to this point discussed and now going forward were landowners and the impacts, the extensive drainage, and any other issues, utilities, surveys, additional impacts to the whole project in itself. And so how many times do we want to impact those landowners? Do we want to do it once now with the construction of our school? And then when this county does their thoroughfare plan, which essentially is going to take Link straight to 46, you won't have this left-hand turn after the intermediate school. So now, did that alleviate the need for doing the work here? Are we spending tax dollars twice? So all these things have been what we've been working on with the county, with Drew Engelke and the assistant engineer, Barry Black, for the county, of what's the right approach, how do we, and what do we do from there on out. So I sat down with the city And in reviewing documents, the city is agreeable to the county waiving that work to be done. So essentially, all these discussions that we've had with Commissioner Engelke over time, last month he was like, listen, we've been one-on-one with him as our representative for Commissioner's Court, and then with the Assistant County Engineer. He's like, can you please bring it to Commissioner's Court if we're gonna need to start getting ready to take action? So essentially our number one concern as a district is opening that school in the end of this year. And so getting that letter essentially is that the city is like, whatever it says, that's on the county's jurisdiction and that's the county's call to say. So now we're working with Judge Kutcher. I drafted a sample letter of what that waiver could look like. I ran it by the city and she's fine with it. So ta-da, that's where we are today. And so the newspaper article post that you saw essentially got the gist, but what was important for y'all to know today is it didn't just happen last month. It's been an ongoing work in progress. We've had other priorities. The city was amenable to us getting that letter for the county and not holding up the occupancy. So it's been one of those things that we've been trying to work through and think of other little things. And then as the county asked us questions, providing those answers. So unfortunately, nothing happens in a week's time when you're working with the three entities. And then an architect, a designer, a civil engineer needs to do their research when they're providing these documents. So do y'all have any questions on that before I continue with the fun stuff? Okay. And you should know that also on the school district's website, up until Chelsea came, I was putting in every single update that I had, and those updates are still on the website. So if you're getting asked in public, hey, what's going on, refer them back to the bond updates. I mean, even until today now, it's not like everyday updates because we have continued construction, so the updates go monthly. However, in the beginning, it was all I could do to just chip away at getting this construction going. So I just want you to know that everything is transparent. It's everything that I told you today is on the website. You can go back and look at it. Okay, so now to the high school. Here we're looking at a classroom wing. On the left is the northwest entrance to the classroom wing. I think I showed you months back of how they were roughing in for fire extinguisher cabinets. Those cabinets are in now. The storefront doors are in now. The reason those doors to the left there are black, that's protection to protect the class. That's an entrance that construction folks are using to come in and out of the building. On the right is a typical science classroom. We've seen the casework in the past, so now we have plumbing fixtures in, the faucets. There's eye wash station there in the back left. Fume hoods are in. What you don't see in this picture and in the classroom buildings is the RTUs are up and running in this two-story wing of the classroom now. So tweaking programming, but they're up and running. The elevator installation is underway. This is a look at your admin area. This is going to be the entrance, the secure vestibule reception area to the school. So where you see the doors blacked out there to the right, that's your actual entrance. So you're looking into the secure vestibule. So folks will come in, those double doors that are blacked out, that's the receptionist area there in the back. Wait to be buzzed in from this area into the school. Flooring is happening in here. You can see the ceilings are closed. We've had all the above ceiling inspections. Lights are on and working. In the middle of the school, this is the open area, the big commons area. Those are our social stairs. We saw pictures before of the ceramic tile installed, so now it's protected. The railings are in and painted. We're looking up towards what will be the media center, AKA library. So you see the ceilings are closed up in there, lights are on. As we continue into the cafeteria, on the left is the beverage station, casework, and countertop. There's openings, and it's a real long countertop. So one half will be the beverage station, and the other half is the trash receptacle area. Ceiling grid is going in, insulation. They're still doing some work on the down lighting, and and the rest of the lighting. This is a view looking into the kitchen from the cafeteria, so the receiving line. Again, ceiling grid is going in. We're still working on fire alarms and exit signs, emergency lights. We have breaker boxes. And this one you can't see, but exterior doors are also up in the building, and I'll point those out when we get to another one. As we look to the auditorium, still taping and floating and painting the walls. Electrical trim out. This is the control room you're looking at there. The spot booth is just above that, opening straight in the back. I just drew a blank. The theater, black box. In the black box, they have pipe grid and curtain track going up. It's totally blacked out. In the loft, the rigging over the stage is going up. There's a projection screen above the stage, and that is prepared to be installed. As we continue through CTE, this is a plant science classroom, so we have retractable cord reels, ceiling grid going in, trim out light fixtures. We expect above ceiling inspections in the next couple weeks in this area, so they'll be dropping tile here soon too. Band halls, kind of an overall shot in the background there. Those are your practice rooms. The winger door frames have now been installed. The overhead door was previously installed. They continue working on above ceiling, the grid. This is where you're supposed to go, ooh. It's a competition gym, so it's really coming together. We got goals up. It looks like, honest to goodness, great gym now. Lighting is fired up. They're working on painting. They're working on prepping for seating to come in the next couple weeks. Flooring will be some time until we get the temperature in the building regulated. Practice gym is not far behind. It's painted out. I don't have that photo here today, but this was way more impactful. Just a couple shots of the ag barn. It's out there, so it's slowly progressing. Not behind schedule slowly, it's just the big building has a lot more detail work. But here in the ag barn, you can see the doors are installed. All the overhead plumbing is in and continues to go in. On the right, those are the wash stalls, so you see the spigots, the lockable boxes. As we step back to the side, it's kind of an overall on the back side of the cafeteria. Can't see it too well, but there kind of in the front is a future monument sign dedicated to Bartoskowitz Farm Foundation. And in the background, we have screen walls going up for dumpsters, because the cafeteria is kind of on your right, and then CTE is there on your left. A lot more concrete work is done. I think they have the one last pour there to the left of this picture. Right now we're working on sidewalks, all the fine detail paving. So as we look out to 123 roadwork, you see cones on the road and then you see cones off the road, and then we have rain. Of course, we started digging for athletics, so we're gonna get a lot of rain right now. They're working on the west side at the main entrance. That's where they have to do the most work. I misunderstood in last month that they were gonna start working like their way up from where our construction trailers are, but they decided to go ahead and change and invest the time where the most work was gonna be needed, which is there at the main entrance. So we have Robert Kistner on site doing testing. They're getting ready to hopefully get base and be done with the west side of 123 this week. Again, weather dependent. You should also know that across the street at the Timmerman Road, we have all the documentation that we need for all the right-of-way and all the property. I've been working with the developer on the south side of Timmerman. They really wanted a public utility easement instead of going through every, because I needed GVEC, we met in Dripping Springs and I had documents signed and hand delivered them to GVEC so we can get on their books. So hopefully in the next week or two, GVEC will move those poles that we need on Timmerman so the guys can go to that side and then just start working on Timmerman. I also approached the city about closing down Timmerman. Another fun fact, Timmerman, a quarter mile down the road is city, and then it transitions to county. So I spoke with Melissa Reynolds about the potential of actually closing Timmerman, because there's like 3 houses before it, it comes around and wraps to Linewinkle. So the city wasn't too hot on the idea, with concerns that the road, Timmerman Road, has some low water crossings and there could be flooding. Well, and going back and working with the contractors, they said, yeah, it's not worth it. But our main concern was it's such a small area, to work half a road is going to take us twice as long, right, to do both halves versus, but in the long run, we're going to do what is going to be best for the city and for the residents, to not be trapped in there. Overall site photo looks like a school, actual parking. You can see some sidewalks there on the sides of the building. The service yard walls going up. Do y'all have any questions about the high school progress before I move on to athletics? So as we look to the athletic update, just a reminder, this is the facility layout of our complex. So B, baseball, S, softball. Still the yellow area there to the right, that's where we had our pep rally. So to the bottom left, we have baseball. It's about 50% excavated at this point. The rain had us looking like Panther Pond last week. But as they're draining and pumping, they're continuing to work, letting it dry out. And the upper right-hand photo, it's baseball and softball, but this was meant to focus on softball to the right, which is now we're starting, excavating is done, and now we're still starting to bring it back up to grade. Other areas, which I don't think I put in the, oh I did, hey. The bottom left there, that's going to be future football. So they got to take off that, if you remember, the top 3 feet or so of our soil is what they call spoils. So we can use it for landscaping and for parking, but not for buildings or the turf. So this shows them starting to strip the spoils off of the area where the future football stadium will be. And to the right, it's just kind of a ground level fun shot. We move into junior high remodel, refresh, and expansion. We had meetings last week or the week before with O'Connor Robertson, just starting to refine what I showed you last month, which here's kind of an overall layout as a reminder. So to the left, all the flooring upgrades that we'll do in the current high school. Of course, we'll do some branding options in some of those areas with some graphics. And then on the right, Building 500, converting the existing library to the 2 classrooms. Somebody asked me last month about the air conditioning, so this is your mechanical plan of how that's all going to tie in. And then adding the restroom for all the staff in this building, and then reconfiguring the doorway to the current MDF. This one was out of order. And ta-da! Now we're on to parking and playgrounds.
Yeah.
Good evening. So not as exciting as the high school or athletics, but we get into the drive parking and playground projects over at the intermediate and elementary campuses. In the front, despite the rain, everything has been going pretty well. Most everything is demoed, site demo, playgrounds, fencing, and they will start excavating and forming for the foundations for both the secure entry vestibule at the elementary school and the drop-off canopies at both schools. There's some more demo in action. Navarro South Elementary. Another milestone coming up this Thursday. We will get the ED or design development estimate from Bardacock and LPA to see where we're at. All indications right now is things are trending a lot better budget-wise. So we will get the full report on Thursday. Also continuing in the background is public infrastructure permitting with the city. That should be wrapping up here in July, and then we'll get into the site permitting. Another shot from the east looking west off of Martindale. Chiller replacement at the existing high school, soon to be junior high. Chillers are currently being procured. Contractors turned loose on that, so we can get the chillers in time to start in January of '26, coinciding with the move out of the high school, of students into the new high school, and with the junior high refresh and remodel. Another item you have in your consent agenda is the controls part of this, a controls upgrade. It was issued as an alternate for this project. So you will see that in your consent agenda. And then with the existing elementary and intermediate refresh, just continuing there with programming and scope and aligning budget and scope, that work there is scheduled to happen over the summer of 2027, so we're still a ways out on that. Any questions? Thank you.
Oh, sorry, we were voting on.
Well, I don't know if I ask it now or if I ask it in consent. It's about the chiller thing, so I don't know if I ask that now or normally consent.
President, who was preference? I mean, might as well ask it now.
Okay, all right, cool. So, everything was ranked and approved back in April. And that was all based off a proposal. They submitted a proposal, we were supposed to negotiate the proposal, but then now there's a new addendum, and it says that the wording specifically says that an addendum was requested. So are we pulling that out of the contractor we selected scope? And if so, why is that happening after we approve the ranking as opposed to when the addendums normally come out, which is before proposal time?
That was issued as an alternate, so
Okay.
it was not part of anybody's scope.
It wasn't, okay.
Correct,
All right,
yes.
okay.
So it was issued as an alternate, and further discussion, getting with controls vendors. It is in the district, it is more cost effective for the district to procure this directly with controls contractor. We had a tremendous markup
Sure.
taking it with the subcontractor, so.
And the controls vendor that we're using is who Robbie's currently using on the other campuses.
Sure,
So
yeah.
they're already in-house.
Yeah, I saw that, I just didn't know it's so if it's an alternate, okay.
Yeah, we're not accepting the alternate with construction, with the cost of
Correct,
construction.
but it's still coming out of the bond funds.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay,
Which is why it's coming back to you.
yeah. All right,
Anything else about that?
no, I'm just thinking, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the update. We're going to move into item number 7, discussion and information on the TASB Employee Opinion Survey.
Okay, good evening, Board President, Dr. Epley, and members of the board. Thank you for having me here this evening. My name is Shannon Burns. I'm a TASB HR consultant, and I'll be sharing some information and the results of the employee opinion survey that was conducted this past school year. So just to start with a little bit about the survey, the administrative pieces. The survey was sent out online. Every employee received an email with a link that had the link to the survey for them to complete. They were encouraged to complete that within a 2-week window. All employees received that. Those employees that did not have email access were given a QR code that made it just a little bit easier for them to access through their phone or another device. We did end up extending it for an additional week just to increase the participation rate. But just so you know that all aspects of it were administered by HR services on behalf of the district, and that provides just another layer of confidentiality. that makes employees a little more comfortable with giving some open and honest feedback, knowing that a third party is administering the survey. So at the time of the survey, there were 376 employees in the district, and 315 of those responded and completed the survey. That's an 84% participation rate, and that's a really good participation rate. I will tell you, we usually aim for above 75, between 70 and 75%. So this was so kudos to your district for encouraging employees and to participate, and for those employees for taking the time to complete the survey. With this being the first year of conducting the survey, all of the data that we collected will just be baseline data. If the district continues to conduct it annually, then we'll have some trend data to look at to gauge what areas we're improving in, what areas we are not improving in, and so forth. So part of the survey was we collected who was responding, right? We looked at and we asked the employees, what is your job type? And of the respondents, 47% of them were teachers, which is pretty common with the majority of your staff are teachers. The second largest group of respondents, 19% there were two groups at 19% with your campus instructional support and then your auxiliary staff. We also looked at the length of time that these respondents worked for Navarro ISD. With the largest group were between 1 to 5 years with the district. That was 52% of the respondents. And then the second largest group worked here less than a year, and that was 21%. We also looked at their work location, and we had it was pretty well distributed across the different work location. The largest group came from the intermediate campus with 23%, and then the second largest was at 22% for the elementary campus. But it was pretty well distributed across the district. Okay, so now you know a little bit about how the survey was done and who responded to the survey. Let's look at what they had to say. So first we're going to begin looking at questions about the job in general. So factors, the employees were asked, what are the top 5 factors that influence your job satisfaction? And out of the options that they had, these were the top 3 choices amongst the respondents: compensation and benefits, relationship with coworkers, and respectful treatment of employees. So the bulk of the items on the survey were asked in a form of a scale. They were given a statement, and they were to respond how they felt about that, what their opinion was on that statement. So did they strongly agree with that statement, agree, disagree, or strongly disagree? And then there was an option for a neutral, that they had no opinion on that statement. And as we move forward and talk about specific items that they responded to, we counted as a positive response if they picked strongly agreed or agree. And you'll notice as I walk through the different items, I'm going to talk about what was the strongest, the highest percentage indicator, and then what was the lowest. But some of the lowest does not necessarily mean it's negative. It just means that was the item that the least number of employees agreed on. And some of them are still in the 90s, the low indicator. So it's not necessarily a negative thing. So when we look at job satisfaction, the highest item was they like the work they do. And 99% of the respondents responded in a positive way, for they agree with this statement. That's a pretty good thing when you have 99% of your employees like the work they do. That's something to be proud of. That means that they are in the right field and that they come to work every day and enjoy what they do. So that's great. That's great news right here. The lowest indicator, as I mentioned, sometimes the lowest is not really negative. It's 90% of the respondents said that they would recommend the district, campus, or department to a friend. So once again, we've got really positive feedback here. The next area was working conditions. And out of the items or the statements listed there, 2 of them were the highest they agree that they work in a safe environment and they feel secure in employment at the district. 92% of respondents felt positive about those 2 statements. The lowest indicator here was have technology tools and internet access to do the job. And that was at 72%. And in the comment analysis, because they were able to add in some feedback-specific comments, in the comment analysis, the common thread we saw was that it wasn't that they didn't have the technology tools, it was that the unreliable internet access hindered their use of those technology tools. Okay? So the next area was relationship with coworkers. 97% agree that they like the people they work with, and that's important too. Go to work every day with people that you like, that's important. The lowest indicator here is at 90%, which is still a very positive response. My team works well together. The average for this area, relationship with coworkers, because there were probably 7 to 10 different items in each of these categories, but the overall average was 94% on relationship with coworkers, so that was positive. The next category topic is relationship with supervisor. So 95% agree that their supervisor lets them make decisions within the scope of their authority. Many of the respondents agreed on this, and an overall belief that their supervisor was trustworthy, sets goals, and they liked working for their supervisor. The lowest item here was received recognition or praise within the last 2 weeks from their supervisor. So while maybe they didn't receive the praise within the last 2 weeks, because that is a pretty short window, right? But it's just important to make sure the supervisors remember that providing that positive feedback to employees on a regular basis and more frequently is important and makes them feel valued. The next category was compensation and benefits. 85% agreed that enough information is provided by the district about the benefits and the offerings. The lowest scoring item here was pay is fair for the work. And I will tell you, this is a common area that's low among school districts when we conduct surveys. I've worked in school districts prior to coming to TASB, and this was always a low indicator in my other districts that I worked in. That another area that was low, another statement was at 42%. The second lowest was they believed that their pay was competitive with surrounding school districts. So I know that compensation is not completely in our control because we rely on the funding that districts receive, right? But it's important to know that this is an important factor for employee satisfaction. And I know that with recent legislation, there's going to be some changes in this area, so that is a good thing. So district communications, 93% agree that the district shares important news and events, and 70% agree that employees have a way to express concerns to their leaders. So hopefully, now that we're conducting this survey, that's going to change the perception of employees, that they have an avenue to express their concerns, and that the district is going to receive those concerns and look into them and see what they can do about those. District leadership, 80% believe the district leadership team acts in the best interest of students. And the lowest item on this topic was 76% believe that district leaders value district employees. Some of the respondents were asked about employee recognition and appreciation, and through the comment analysis, they expressed that the district failed to recognize the hard work of employees, especially paraprofessionals and hourly workers. So that was mentioned in the comments. Board of Trustees, 77% agree that the trustees act in the best interest of students, and then 75% agree that trustees are honest and trustworthy. Campus environment, 95% agree that campus principal treats employees with respect, and 77% agree that the campus is clean and properly maintained. And less than 80% of respondents agree that the campus is consistently clean and properly maintained. And some of the comments were concerns about how often the campuses were cleaned. And then there were also some responses about unsanitary conditions at some of the facilities. So those are just some notes to keep in mind. With curriculum instruction, so these questions were only given to survey participants that noted that they were a teacher, that they were in the teacher capacity. With curriculum instruction, 86% agree that teachers are held to high professional standards. And then 55% agree that staff development provides teachers with useful knowledge and skills. The next lowest item was at 58%, and that was employees agreeing that there was adequate resources and support for special populations teachers. In the common analysis, there was a common consensus that the district needed more focus on providing adequate resources and more staffing support for the special education program. In the category of student discipline support, 74% agree that they are given appropriate assistance to resolve disciplinary problems in the classroom. And then 56% agree that the student code of conduct is consistently and fairly enforced. There were consistent, in the common analysis, there were consistent concerns about students not being held accountable for disruptive behaviors. And they also felt the district gave students consequences that did not match the level of the infraction. So the comments on the surveys came, there was open-ended, as I mentioned. They had the questions where they picked on the scale of if they agreed or disagreed, but then there was also opportunities for them to give feedback, open-ended comments. And these came from 119 participants, so that's about 38% of the respondents that actually gave some feedback, open-ended feedback. What we do with those comments is we kind of categorize them into accolades. They were positive comments, or they were concerns. We're looking at 101 there. And then some were suggestions. They weren't either positive or negative. It was just suggestions on some things the district could consider. With the accolades, the 71, the most common response was that they loved the school or the district. Very positive, and just love the school, love the district. Of the concerns mentioned, the most common was supervisors having poor communication skills and campus admin not holding students accountable for discipline. Within the suggestions, there were only 7 of those, and they were suggestions on making adjustments to the school calendar, changes to contract days, number of contract days for specific positions, and things like that. Okay, so what do you do next? Now you've conducted the survey, we know what the results are. What do we do next? Well, first you want to dig a little deeper. Before we just jump to conclusions and say, they're unhappy about this, somebody must be doing this wrong, we need to dig deeper and get to the root of the problem. What is causing employees to have that perception? Okay, what can we do to help change that perception? What can we put in place to help them feel more appreciated, more recognized, and things like that? Just get a deeper understanding of the employees' perceptions. Look at those and connect those to the district goals. If those areas that we see that are concerns, some of those that scored below 70%, if we don't have goals aligned to that within the district, then let's set some new goals, right? Let's really focus on improving in those areas. The other thing is to set a process up for checking back. You may do some informal checks throughout the year, or you may just do a formal annual survey just to see, are we growing in those areas? Are we still having, or do the employees still feel this way? As I mentioned, those areas below 70%, it would be your curriculum instruction, the professional development, and the resources for teachers with the special populations, student discipline, compensation, which I believe that y'all have some steps already in place to help with that, and then employee recognition. So most importantly, it's to really make sure you're communicating also with employees on what you're doing with the data. Because you want them to feel like this wasn't a waste of their time. They didn't fill out this survey, okay, it was presented at the board meeting, and now we put it on the shelf and we're done with it, right? We want to maybe create some focus groups. Let's look at the data. Let's find out what's behind those perceptions and what made those employees answer the question that way. And lastly, I open it up for questions. Any questions that you might have?
On the questions, or the responses, does it break down like how many new teachers answered a certain, like if it was negatives, how many of those negatives are new teachers and break down like
So
that?
there is ways to break down the data, yes.
Okay.
Or will you break down that data and provide it to the superintendent in that format? Or is it just you give them the raw data and then she can manipulate it?
So they have
'Cause
the
I know you
data,
don't give
and
the
within the
comments,
report,
so-
they have the data that breaks down the information. But if there's something more specific that as you really get into the report that
But-
they want, we can.
For example, like what he was asking about breaking it down by how long have they been here based on how they responded? Because I think it's a big difference if you have, someone who's been here for a while saying, hey, this has gone down versus someone who's been here, there were, 60 that have been here less than a year? And sometimes your perceptions on that, especially for a brand new teacher who has not been here, or someone who is new to the profession, that first year is hard. And it doesn't matter, really what is there. It's a difficult situation. And so that might, change the way that is. And I'm familiar enough with the TASB surveys that I know they don't necessarily share like all the data because you redact that to protect that piece. And so that's kind of why I'm asking is how much of this is Dr. Epley going to get for us to be able to break that down?
We don't give the raw data to the district, obviously, because we want to protect that, keep that layer of confidentiality there. But looking at the report that Ms. Burton provided, you should be able to look in those areas. But I can follow up with her also if there's more specifics that you're looking at. Anything else?
I got one question. So compensation, relationship, and work environment. You said those are the top three. Were they in that order, or were they that's just the top three in no particular order? At the very beginning?
No. Well, actually, I can tell you the exact percentage, and I believe that they were.
I was just curious if that was 1, 2, 3, or if that was just,
Yeah.
because then it drops down,
So compensation and benefits was yes, was
No more.
58%.
okay.
Relationship with coworkers, 55%, listed that as one of their top 5. And then respectful treatment of all employees was 51%.
Okay, so it wasn't 1, 2, 3. Okay. So you said it was typical for the compensation question farther down to be low like that, fair pay for the work performed. Is it typical for it to be the number one answer and then to be at the bottom? Is that a typical, to be the number, you see what?
Good call, Joel. That was my thing about it. I think, and she can certainly answer, but I think this is the debate that we had. In fact, we had a little inside bet, as we were planning to do this about what that percentage would be. Because when you ask me that question, am I paid fairly for the work I do? I think there is a political overlay to that as an educator. I know personally, as a teacher, I would have said no matter what, even if I was in the highest paying district, because I think it comes with a lot of interpretation of how we are perceived as professionals. So we anticipated that being low. Although there was debate about, I personally feel like this district pays me fairly in the grand scheme of what is being paid. And so I see the dichotomy with that for sure.
Is that your normal split? You normally see when they come in, compensation's fair, number one answer for, on the grand scheme of things when we dive into details, it would sit low. Is this a normal result, both sides of the equation?
I would say yes.
Okay.
And I was talking, before the board meeting, we were having a conversation, and I said, in my previous districts, we were very well paid. We were one of, higher paid districts, and we still got that response on our employee surveys. I think the work for educators is getting harder.
Yep.
Because of a lot of different factors. And so to have the perception that the work that you do, you're not getting paid enough, I don't know that there would be a number that would be, that where people would actually feel like it's because the work is getting harder with a lot of different factors in society.
No doubt. I just want to make sure that are we consistent
Right.
with other.
I think, Joel, one of the things that stood out to me, though, is a concern about not being competitive, because I know that is not the case. And in fact, we have surpassed surrounding districts in our pay. So to me, that was a bigger communication that perception is out there, and we need to do a better job either through compensation task force or communicating out to staff where we stand, because I think there is a misperception that we pay lower than the surrounding areas, and that was the truth in the past, but this board and previous boards have done some great work to make up that gap, so I think it's going to be very important to communicate that.
And that's a very good point, and in my previous district, my superintendent tasked me with that because we've got some of the same responses on we weren't paid equitably with the competitors surrounding districts. And they're like, I want to know the starting pay of all the districts. I had a list of like 20 districts where I had to go research so that they could share that with the superintendent's council. They had a council that would take it back to their campuses to spread that information, because sometimes employees just think other districts pay more. Sometimes other districts front load where their starting teacher salary is really, really high, and they think that all the other teachers are getting paid so much more too, but they front load it just to make it more appealing for new teachers. And then there's very small steps as you continue to add years of experience. So that's a very good point, but it's a matter of why is the perception out there, and how do we get more information out there so they have a clear picture of what the competitors are. I think with the new legislation too, that's going to help you with you being a smaller district. That's going to help close that gap with some of the larger districts too.
Dr. Eckley, now that
Yeah.
we have the presentation and they've gone through that and kind of gone over the high points of it, will we be getting a copy of the report?
We can definitely provide that. They have, to your previous question, sanitized it.
Sure.
So you'll see that, the concern or the compliment will say something like, appreciated the superintendent, 3. Had a concern about superintendent, 1. So just so that you have some understanding of that. But yes, we're happy to give you that information, and then just we'll be coming back with our plans and we'll relate back to this data because we've already had conversations about action steps based on this data, based on hearing this. How are we going to adjust that? I think no one was surprised by the frustration with the internet issue, which we've been working with our internet provider because we have not had that full breakdown since we basically bought an insurance policy of another internet provider whenever Zayo was going out. But we're working now with Zayo and Region 20 on what are they going to do to compensate us for the fact that their system was at fault, and then how do we make sure that that doesn't happen again, because that was obviously a major point of service providing for our employees that made their job more difficult, and we definitely want to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Anything else? I would say that overall, I think you should be very happy with the results. This is very positive feedback, and this is a fun presentation committee, I should say.
Yes.
Some of the others are not as positive responses that we get with employee surveys. So you've got some great employees here, and you're doing a great job keeping them happy. So hope you continue to work towards that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to say before we move on, you talked about you guys were already talking about actionable measures taken based on the answers to these.
Yep.
I'm assuming the concerns about discipline is going to be one of them.
Yes. So she highlighted 3 as we did of the higher pieces of concern. Curriculum and the resources and the professional learning being available that is actually productive for our staff. We know that we've been using outside providers like Region 20 or Region 13, and we've voiced our concerns when our folks have said this is not quality. So we obviously have already been planning what that's going to look like for next year. Discipline and communicating what discipline is returned back. I think one of the major things that we have done already, as she said, dig deeper, was that in some cases that discipline was not communicated back to the teacher. So there was actually appropriate discipline given, but that additional communicative step of telling that teacher this is what occurred didn't happen. So the perception was nothing happens when I turn this kid in, right? So it's going full circle.
That up.
Yeah, full circle on that. And then, of course, the compensation and making sure that not only compensation task force is a two-way communication, that we're not just bringing folks in and having that conversation with that group, but they're going back out to their folks, giving us feedback and communicating back out, but also continuing to help with that perception that we are not competitive and that we are continuing to improve compensation for this district.
Yeah, I think there's areas where the communication can improve, definitely. On the discipline part, we get a lot of that feedback from parents too. So that's in weeds I don't want to be in, but
Sure.
I kind of want to task you with what campuses is that a major concern on, and kind of get a game plan together for how that's going to be addressed. Because as we grow, if we are not stepping up to meet that, it's going to become a bigger and bigger problem, and we don't want that.
Correct. Correct.
Anything
Also,
else?
just want to reach out about, and we will be working with our staffs about the perception of special education support. I think, I have noted it that in coming here, as some of our needs have changed, there's been a request for like a behavior unit, which is a very kind of outdated model, and trying to explain that, no, we're not going to staff a behavior unit. We need students to be integrating into gen ed population, learning coping skills, and offering those supports. So some of what I want to dive into of staff thinking that support or resource is not there isn't just a misunderstanding that is a very antiquated model as far as supporting students. So the model that we're going for, but also that we are staffing with 2 additional art facilitators, and being able to take some of that work off the plate of our teachers so that we can provide those supports and make sure that our RTI processes are there to support our teachers and they know the strategies that are available. But that one concerned me as well, and so we'll be digging deeper into that just to make sure that everybody understands it's not a deaf ear that you may have some students who are struggling with behaviors, but how do we communicate that, and knowing that student is still going to stay in that integrated population, but it's going to look different, it's going to have different supports. So we're going to be working through that as well.
Anything else for discussion on the survey? Okay, we are going to go ahead and move into action item 8A. And I believe we have a presentation before that, right?
We do.
Thank you for joining us this evening.
Happy to be here. Good evening, President, members of the board. I have printed copies if y'all would like to see it, or I think you have the electronic version. We'll go ahead.
Thank you.
So we have a confluence of a number of activities and things going here. And number one, your construction is moving along and you're ready to move forward and get funds to keep everything moving forward at a good pace. So tonight we're going to talk about an order authorizing the issuance of bonds and part of the remaining authorization from the election in 2024. So we go through, as I just said tonight, it's consideration of this parameter or delegation order, which is something that the district has done in the past, and it allows us to move forward with the issuance of the bonds. The plan would be to sell the bonds, and I'm on page 2, to sell the bonds in July, most likely, mid to late July, most likely, and then the district would receive funds in early to mid-August. We have submitted the permanent school fund guarantee to TEA in May, and we should receive that approval at the end of this week or early next week. So with this approval, for those of you that might not have been here when we've done it before, we state a certain number of parameters that we meet when we go forward and issue the bonds. And if we've met those parameters, then certain designated officials can sign off and approve the sale of the bonds. So superintendent, board president, and business manager. So the approval tonight, the parameters would include the following parameters: at a maximum principal of $100 million, which is the amount of authorization that is still unsold. That the maximum maturity would be February 15th, 2064. We don't plan on going that long, but it's just a max number out there. And then a maximum interest rate of 6%. And again, we don't anticipate, we expect right now we'd be below 5%, but we're just putting in a maximum rate that would be there for that parameter. As we had mentioned in going through the election process, and as we've gone through the issuance of bonds along the way, this second sale was where we're going to get to that 50% level on the INS tax rate. So we're going to use up all the tax rate ability that the district has to pay for debt, and we're going to try to issue as much of that $100 million as possible. We don't know quite yet if we're going to be able to do that. Odds are we're not going to be able to get all $100 million sold this year based on the values and what the legislature has done. I should take a survey on them, right? But we do anticipate whatever we issue will take us to that 50-cent tax rate. And that's in line with what we had presented to the voters. The next page, and I know the numbers are really, really small, but it's just kind of an outline of what the issue would look like. Again, we're working with Paul and the superintendent as far as getting what the values are looking like with the new additional homestead exemption and other exemptions that are in place, trying to figure out how that's going to affect it, how any homestead hold harmless might help us. There's just a lot of different variables right now we're trying to work through and figure out. So we can't give you a real great projection on where we're going to be. We think we should be able to get at least 65 million, but again, we need to work through that, and we'll be reporting back as we get through the numbers. As far as interest rates go, just to give you a quick outline of this little graph shows the interest rates. Y'all have seen it before, from 5-year maturities, 10, 20, and 30. And since January 1 of 2024, we've been relatively stable. We had some little wild gyrations in March and April of this year with interest rates, but we've kind of come back down and settled back down, and we're hoping we'll see those rates continue to come down. However, there will be, with the elections that we had in May of this year for school bonds that were approved, there's always a rush of bonds that come out in the summer, and so there'll be a lot of volume out there, but we think there'll be plenty of capacity. We can get all this done, and we'll be monitoring that with Paul and Dr. So happy to answer any questions that you might have. Again, tonight is just approval of this authorization to proceed with the issuance of bonds and passing on the delegation of the final approval to the designated officials.
Dwayne, can you talk a little bit about the hold harmless and the timeline we have with August as far as why it's important to get these out at this time?
So one of the other reasons, the confluence of things going on, with the legislation that was approved and giving the new additional homestead exemptions, they stated that in order to qualify for hold harmless, so that you can get funds from the state to reimburse you for the dollars you're going to lose because of that additional hold harmless, bonds needed to be issued before September 1 of 2025. There's also an understanding, and we're getting conflicting information on whether this is actually required or not, but there's also an understanding that we may need to have a payment before September 1, which we can set on the schedule. We can have a payment almost like 2 days later after we issue it. But if that's needed, we'll do that, and that will have us in the system for TEA so that we can receive the hold harmless on that debt. So another reason we want to issue, besides the fact that you want the dollars to get your project done, we want to issue as much of it as we can, so that it will all qualify for hold harmless, as long as they'll keep paying it.
Right.
So two reasons to keep things moving forward as quickly as we can. Any other questions?
I mean, of course. So yeah, thanks for this. I would have asked my questions earlier, so if I would have had this, so sorry, Mandy.
No worries.
So we're saying 6% on this, but our projection's 5%. So what's our debt service like if we actually ran into the 6%?
Well, at 6%, obviously, we wouldn't be able to sell it. It would hurt how much we could get in actual proceeds from the issue. We don't anticipate the 6%. That's kind of a conservative parameter we put out there in case the market changes drastically and we still need to issue something, that we have that capability to do so. Right now, if we sold the bonds today, we'd be under the 5% limit.
And it would freeze it at that 5%, right?
Once we sell them?
Once we sell them?
Once we
it
sold
freezes it
them,
at,
yes,
right?
it's locked in.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, so in July, we'll have it locked in, we'll know exactly what our rates are at that point in time.
And what is interest due 2/15 and interest due 8/15? What's the difference between those two?
So in school bonds, your payments are done on a semi-annual basis, your interest
Okay.
payments, so you
Perfect.
make payments in February and August.
That's what I assumed, but
Good
they
question.
didn't have that training the other day.
No.
So,
No,
All right.
good question.
They were afraid all you new trustees would run if it got too in the weeds on
I would have
bonds.
rather been in the weeds.
And happy as we go through it anytime to walk through any of the process in more detail if we need to.
I'm giving him a couple of minutes to keep looking at everything before we move on.
Sure.
Why is the projection lower the last 4 years on the percentage rate if it's frozen at 5%?
So again,
Zeros at 4.75.
so in this one method that we might look at in order to get as much capacity as possible is to use what are called capital appreciation bonds. In the end, and what it is it's a zero coupon bond or whatever. It helps us we don't want to use too many of them, but we can use some of them that helps us be able to get more capacity, more dollars for that 50-cent tax rate that you're going to issue. This could be a longer conversation, but.
Yeah, no. That sounds like we didn't want to get into.
We will go through that with Paul and Mandy as we go through the process of determining what we're going to issue. But we're just trying to see what we can do to get as much for the district as possible right now this summer.
The interest rate on every bond is going to depend on when they come due. So something earlier may have one rate, something much later may have it's going to have a little different rate.
Okay.
Just depending on the market. So while each particular bond will be fixed, those rates won't change for those bonds that are sold, but one bond that's due in 5 years could have a different rate than a bond due in 15 years. But we look at the average.
So this was more or less a sample or an example of where we think we are today in this scenario.
I'm giving everybody a chance to look it over and make sure that they're getting all their questions asked before I ask for a motion.
I could ask questions for days.
Well, I mean, if you still
No,
have questions.
this is,
though.
I'll get into the weeds with that one thing, yeah.
And we'll when we do the sale, we'll provide more detail on all.
No, it's fine, you have to understand me, I just, signing contracts in my world, with some of this stuff is,
Different.
gotta put weight.
Now, we'll come back once we do the sale and we'll outline everything for you, so you'll see how it went.
You'll see exactly what happened.
Believe us, we watched like a hawk that day.
No, I just, first time, lots of firsts going.
Absolutely. Good questions.
Okay, so with that, do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to approve the district bond order authorizing the issuance of one or more series of district's unlimited tax school building bonds in the maximum amount of $100 million, levying an ad valorem tax for the payment thereof, delegating the authority to district staff to approve and execute related documents and other matters in connection therewith.
Second.
Okay, so a motion was made by Clint and second by Dan. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go into our discussion items, with 9A, the policy update FM local on student activities and extracurricular absences.
Good evening, President Sartain, Dr. Eckley, members of the board. This is a topic we have been discussing, trying to identify what we want to put in our policy as language for our extracurricular absences. And Paige from TASB has been advising us. She sent us several drafts and changes. We've looked at multiple districts. We just need to define through a discussion what language we would like to include in ours so we can finalize our policy, bring back in July a finalized recommendation, and actually adopt at that point a policy that will be effective as of the July date. I have looked at other surrounding districts after our last discussion, just to kind of, again, clarify some of the language and some of the recommendations from other neighboring districts. And again, the number of days is not consistent from district to district. There are districts that begin with 20 absences allowed for the entire year. Some districts that have 10, this was a pretty common one, 10 allowed for a period of the school year with 5 post-district and 2 state, so that would equate to 17, and those are spelled out specifically. Again, 10, 5, and 2, that was the most common one that I saw. 17 was an outlier, that's Livonia ISD, they had 17 as their number. Marion, more consistent with us as far as programs in ag, is 22 absences for the full year. But no one limits post-district. Many of them make comments about the no pass, no play. So when we sent this information back to TASB, the last draft that came to us is the one that is in your packet dated Friday the 13th. And it changes the language that the district shall not limit an eligible student's absences related to participation in extracurricular activities, and it leaves it at that. There are recommendations to reference our FM legal, and FM legal is in line with our no pass, no play. So if a student is not being effectively passing other courses, then the no pass, no play legal policy would apply to where they would not be able to participate if they were not at a 70 or above in their core curricular activities or academics. Now, that does not include students in advanced courses. There are exemptions for students who are taking AP on RAMs and dual credit courses. Those do have extra exemption policies that do not limit their participation.
So board members, we're coming to you today, obviously respecting the at least 1 month of discussion before an action item. Our last discussion was related to number of days, making sure that the limit was clear, that post-district there was no limit. hearing some of your concerns or questions. We went a different route in researching what if we move away from the days altogether. We did speak with TASB about some language related to if you exceeded the days, meeting in an absence committee. They did not recommend that route. They felt that any kind of allusion to a case-by-case basis would open up the district to litigation. So we went the route of no pass, no play. If students are able to be a part of multiple activities and can maintain their passing rate, then that's what the policy says they can do. Certainly we know this means we need to make sure that our campus administrators are encouraging conversations with families and teachers and students about their progress. If a student is struggling and they are missing several days of class, that's a conversation about how do we help make up that time. That's a conversation with a coach to say, unless they can improve, they're gonna not pass. I'm very concerned that they aren't able to master the material, and you've got a test just days before you head off to, a couple of days a week of games. So continuing that conversation, sharing kids, doing what's right for kids, offering additional tutoring times, and making sure that they are able to achieve, that should be a given, but really making sure that we are following up with that communication so students know you're not limited, other than if you're not successful and you don't pass, then you can't participate in those extracurriculars or events.
So I have a question about
Yes.
that, because in the reg it reads no pass, no play, as far as local policy goes. In terms of administrative reg, when that's applied, is it going to be the same as we traditionally understand? That's at progress report and report card time, or is this going to be based on like weekly grade checks?
No,
Like,
that would be your traditional
the traditional.
UIL reporting times for the grading period.
That was a good question because we all know there's not consistency in getting the grades updated at the end of every week.
We are not gonna have that problem anymore at secondary schools.
Hooray.
My first question would be on that first paragraph sentence, whatever. For absence for other extracurricular activities approved by the board. Now, we used to have a statement in there sponsored by the district or district approved, I don't remember the exact wording, but that, I'm gonna use ag events as an example. Houston Rodeo and Fort Worth Rodeo were not considered in our level.
Right.
So how are we gonna distinguish, it says approved by the board, are we gonna come up with a list of what we approve? Or?
I would suggest that, and that part of that clarification has come with our new CTE director, who has talked with the ag folks about having clear communication about what our district-sponsored ag events. We know several of our families will attend multiple ag shows. That doesn't mean they are district-approved ag shows.
Right.
So having, any of those events, and I think, we're not gonna go master calendar day by day for the board to approve, but I think saying, anything that is UIL related, these 3, ag shows that we know the district has sanctioned and has sponsored as far as a budgeted event. And then if there are any other particular extracurriculars, like it's a field trip that, we know is part of what we do here in Navarro, and that's included as an extracurricular.
And some of the policies in our surrounding districts actually do name specifically what you said. For example, for other extracurricular activities approved by the board, the district shall allow a student a maximum of 5 absences in the school year, but only when a student has a grade average of at least 70 in the courses or subjects to be missed, and no more than 3 unexcused absences in the courses or subjects to be missed. So they're specifically referencing board-approved absences.
What I would suggest is that in the admin regs, which can be changed at any time without having to change the policy, we go ahead and bring that to you to say, this is what we foresee are absences that the board would approve, and you guys go ahead and give that your blessing, and then we'll put it in there. And if, you know, for whatever reason, we've not recognized something that the district does think is important and would support, we can always go into that admin reg and add that back in without a policy change. So we could come back to you with that list next month as well.
How does this make learning for kids better? Because all I see and all I hear from the public is we want more time, we're missing stuff, and missing more is either a chance to be less average, more average? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure, how does this benefit the student outcomes?
So I think it fits what I said at the beginning, right? That they're already missing. Our parents are working around the system to remove their kids. So the number isn't necessarily deterring that miss.
Okay.
As a teacher who's saying, you know, Mandy is not in my class 2 days a week, and I'm expected to make sure she's growing and she's learning, I hear that the limit, you know, supports that. What I said before was really what needs to happen is the conversation with Mandy's parents and Mandy to say, you're about to miss 2 days a week for the next 6 weeks out of my class, and you've turned nothing in, or the assessment, the pre-assessment already gave you, you scored a 60. So I have some real concerns. So let's talk about how we're going to support you being involved in this activity, but also being successful academically in this class. And what does that look like? Are you coming early to a tutorial? Are you, you know, are we talking as soon as you have another missed assignment that you didn't turn in? And I'm not, you know, I don't see you turning it in when you come back from the ag show or from the softball game, right? And it's putting more on that communication between families, because we're not putting a barrier of, once you hit that time, we're taking you out.
And that's kind of where I was going with, I see this more as a, you know, going back to the survey.
Right.
I see more on the teacher, because I know the complaints I hear from the parents about, oh, we don't have enough days, everybody else, whatever, all that stuff. I also know that the teacher then is going to have more responsibility, and the teacher's gonna, like you said, gonna have to tell them what they're doing wrong. And at some point, I'm just a personal responsibility guy. If you're gonna miss 30 days to go do something other than go to school, it needs to be on you too. And so, I don't know.
What I would tell you is, my support for the teacher is that this is not anything new. If a child is doing poorly in your class, it is your responsibility to communicate with the student and the parent.
Okay.
To your point of, am I bending over backwards when you're the one who misses my class? No, we make it very clear from the beginning, if you're out, you know, for illness or for anything else, here's where the resources are, here's where you see the assignment you missed, here's what you do if you don't understand it, and you have X many days to turn it in, right? So I think it's a balance, right? It's that communication with the students that are going to be involved and their parents about, this is the responsibility. And if you don't feel like the teacher is helping, if the teacher's like, well, you're the one doing 8 million things, I'm hands off, that's a conversation with administration about, can we have a meeting together? Because I know that's frustrating to the teacher, but it is allowed. And we do feel like these are important things. And for many of our students, this is the pathway to the career that they're choosing. So we need to make sure we're balancing both the responsibilities of academics and the opportunity to be involved in these activities.
Sure, but just the people, as a guy who employs these, missing 30 days out of 170 days will not get you a long career path. You know, I'm just trying to.
Oh, it's devil's advocate both sides.
Oh,
Believe me,
I
we've
know.
had the debate. We sure have. Yeah.
You know, exactly.
100%.
So students follow the compulsory attendance law. They have to be in school 90% of the time. So for excused absences, it's 17 in a semester, because that's looking at 90%. So after 3 unexcused absences, we're sending them notice that they've been absent without reason for 3 absences. And then at 5, we're having attendance committee meetings, court filings are coming soon after that, so.
So 17 absences per semester, so 30 year.
17 for the year, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say per semester, for the year, 17 for the year. Because we're looking at 90%, so if we have 177 days of school, 17 is the amount for 90%. Now, 90% is the compulsory attendance law. We have many students that fall below that, and if they're passing their classes, the attendance committee meets for anyone who's 70% or above with their attendance, and we review why they're out. I had my spleen removed. I was in an accident. That happens with ATVs. That's one of the common things. I broke my collarbone. I had a concussion. There are different things that the attendance committee reviews. But at the end of the day, we look at their academic progress. Experiences are wonderful. To Joel's point, we want our children to be able to have these outside of school experiences because they are also opportunities to learn. But when academics are faltering as a result because they're gone 2-3 days a week, then an attendance committee should be tracking that from the beginning. Grade reporting, as you mentioned, Mrs. Sartine, is super important, and we are noticing that there are pockets where grades are not turned in until a late date, which affects our students participating.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to push back on this just a little bit because number one of our priorities is to maximize co-curricular extracurricular activities.
Yes.
Number 2, I think we're mixing 2 different things.
Yep.
So I think what Joel is talking about is I have an employee who has missed 30 days.
Right.
What this policy is correcting is that we have some students who are missing 7th period 26 times, not the entire day. Now, that's not to say that they don't miss some days due to athletics or other things. But we have some students who, because in the spring is where we usually always have the problem. They play basketball, they play softball, they run track, they also play golf, and they might want to play tennis, maybe. And we have some athletes that can do that. And if they do that, they are going to miss a certain level, which right now, to Dr. Epley's point, we have parents that are working around it. So when my kid hit the 26th absence, even though she had, passing grades, then it was, okay, Mom, if you want her to play, you have to come take her to the event. Well, she couldn't then participate in the sport because she couldn't get to the event before the event started because we had to wait until school was out. So I think there is a difference between when we talk about compulsory attendance and 17 days being 90%,
Yes.
and maybe missing 1 to 2 periods a day. And I think the older the student gets, the easier it is, but with our days being pushed back to 4 o'clock, where the kids don't get out until 4:15, it's a little bit longer day. So now instead of just missing 7th period, which was the case maybe before we changed our times, now they're missing 6th and 7th period. And I do think that the weight should be on the student to make sure that they keep up with their work and that they're communicating with mom and dad, they're communicating with the teacher. Because if I recall correctly, our grading guidelines actually state that if a student is going to be out for those purposes for athletics, and correct me if I'm wrong, Coach Hill, that the student is responsible in being an athlete to contact their teacher and let their teacher know ahead of time, hey, I'm going to be out here, so that they can get that work before, so that as soon as they come back to class, their work is completed. There's a few exceptions to that, which might be they missed the test that was given that afternoon, so then they need to come to tutorials the next day and make that up. So I'm going to push back on it a little bit because I do think that if we're going to, and we're not talking about a huge number of students. I think when we talked about this last time, we were talking about maybe 15 students who actually hit this threshold.
18.
Of that range of absences, and it doesn't always happen. But if we want to limit and say you can only participate in X number of activities, or if you participate in a sport, let's say golf, for example, that requires you to be gone all day long to play 18 holes of golf, then therefore you are not allowed to play tennis because tennis is also going to be held during the day. So at that point, then I feel like we're getting into a little bit of the dictating of you get to choose this or you get to choose this. So as a board member, if I'm wanting to not only maximize our ability for our students to be successful academically, on the extracurricular side of this, we don't typically see our athletes missing missing more than 90% of their full day,
Right.
but maybe of certain periods. And unfortunately, at high school, it does count towards specific periods more so than it does an entire day. Where an elementary child, if they're out, they're out. They're just not here. They're gone for the whole day. So it's a little bit different. So I said
And I
my
think
piece
to
on
your
that.
point, we also are not seeing that these students are not achieving academically.
Yeah.
So I think that's something that's really important, is that, not that that doesn't happen, but the majority of our students that are deeply involved in multiple sports or activities are academically successful. We're not worried. They are coming back and turning in the work. They are following through with their teacher on what needs to be done or what needs to be made up. I think the real question here is, if we are not content with the policy of 26 times in a school year, not to exceed 18 times in a semester, then you are either deciding that you want to extend the number, and again, much like the grading guidelines policy, you will be back here in a couple of years to extend the number again, or we do this suggestion, which was just to remove it. It's not referenced. It'd be a situation of, we need to talk to Mandy and Mandy's mom because things are not going well academically with her. It really, it's just something we've got to talk through, how we're balancing being involved in all of these things. Otherwise, yeah, she's passing and she's going to go to those things. I think, certainly in looking at the responsibility of the teacher and the changing pay structure of teachers when we talk about TIA, I have been very mindful that, do I have a teacher who comes to say, how am I supposed to make sure that this child grows when they are out of my class because we've moved that tutorial period to the end of the day to try to reduce that it's not 2 periods that someone's missing, but that one last period before they have to go off, that teacher saying, how am I supposed to grow them and get that additional bump with them out 2 times a week in that heat of their season. And I think that has to do with scheduling. I think we have to honor the fact that some of the teams we play, it's a long drive, and we've got to take them out early enough to get them there on time and ready to play. But again, those students have traditionally been academically successful.
Does your academic team feel like this is the best policy change?
I think it's the most simple. I don't know that it's the best. When I referenced all the different districts, some of these districts have not updated their policy since 2004. So it's been a long time since someone's taken a look at it. We're unique. As Dr. Epley mentioned, traveling for our district is far, and post-district opportunities for our districts are many, plentiful. That's a great problem to have. So, and our students are multi-talented. They can play golf and tennis. If we had a swimming team, they'd do that too. I mean, I think that it's a wonderful problem to be in. From an academic standpoint, if a student gets experiences outside the walls of our district, I absolutely support that. Can they balance their academics with those opportunities? That's where this is becoming our biggest question. And teachers saying, I've seen this kid in my class once in the last week, that is a legitimate concern from a classroom teacher.
I think the ones that have hit that threshold, at least that I know, because it's not just about, this is about the larger group.
Sure.
They are being successful.
They are.
They are. The 18.
They are being successful, and the ones that aren't, obviously for
Don't
different
participate.
reasons, needed to shift.
You will see kids taking their computers, they have their assignments
Yes.
before they go. They're already doing it the day before or doing it there at a tournament.
Correct.
If they have to do like an AP lab, they're changing, they're coming during tutorials, they're coming before school.
Yes.
They're working with their coaches to get that done so the
Yes.
teacher doesn't have to wait 3 days to have that lab set up again. So these students that are doing it, those 18, for the most part, are already getting their stuff ahead of time from experience from my child. And so they're not the whole group, but they have access to computers. We're back in the 80s and 90s. We didn't have this. We missed the whole day.
Correct.
They're logging in, doing their stuff, and they're turning it in before sometimes they even leave.
And that's the culture we want to create, is the value of the work, getting it done ahead of time, because therefore it doesn't become a sore spot for a teacher. If the student is exactly taking that initiative and doing it ahead of time, and we have virtual opportunities. in between tennis games, I might be sitting waiting to play my next match, and I can jump on virtually. Or some of our teachers have flipped instruction. They post things on their Google Classroom that students can still participate in class even though they're not physically in the class building. Those opportunities have been created as a response to this, and there will be more and more virtual opportunities as we get more and more knowledge of technology. So we do have options. It's just, what do we want in our policy? How do we want it to read? We've revisited. I didn't speak about it when it was brought up 5 years ago, but I sat through the conversation and listened. And it's definitely something that our district is going to continue to experience because of the topography of where we are. So it's important that we do something that we can agree to, because ultimately it is going to come back to the board for review. And so I think referencing no pass, no play is our point of people using that to determine whether or not students are being successful in passing is the best option. I think it's common to see that in multiple policies. Number of days, I don't think we have to limit days. If we want to follow protocol of everyone else, we could do the 10, 5, and 2. That's what most common policies are saying if we wanted to do that, but that reverses us backwards from where we started with the 18 in a semester or 26 for the year.
You have time to think about it because we're not going to take action tonight, but if there is a thought between now and then of potential other option, certainly it's there. What I would tell you is policies change, so if you let the guardrails off of this with not referencing a number and we find that this is just out of control, you're back at it to change the policy for the following
Are we
year.
going to continue to track it the same way we were tracking it already?
Absolutely.
That way we can see a trend. If we see it fall off the cliff, we need to stop it as soon as we can.
Absolutely, we do that already.
Right.
With attendance, we do that already. We look every Friday when I was a principal, but I know every campus has their days of when they look at that attendance report, but it's weekly. We're reviewing it weekly, and we're seeing who our students are that participate in these extracurricular activities. UIL is becoming more and more diverse in our district as well. Students participating in academic UIL, which is also contributing. That's exciting to see more and more opportunities for our kids to advance in that area, but it also contributes to the absences. So there's definitely management and oversight on the absences.
I think my only comment is I want to make sure that Coach Hill is a part of the discussion, just because in the past we have had issues with having to remind some coaches that they were teachers first and coaches second. So I want to make sure that athletics is a part of the discussion while this is happening before we vote on it, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely, and I'm thinking back to your interview, sir. I think you will find that Coach Hill says the predominant percentage of your pay is to be a teacher in this district. And so he has great respect for the role and the responsibility as an educator first with our coaches, and understanding that we will have to accommodate for students to potentially miss a portion of a practice or a whole practice to go and get the tutoring they need, to go take the lab that they missed. If that's a participation lab that can't be done just through Google Classroom. And that is a give and take, that whether it's UIL academics, UIL athletics, ag, all of the fine arts, we have to work as a team of educators to help get that kid to be successful in all areas that they're working to achieve in. So,
and I think that's to my point. I just want everybody partnering with the student. Like
yes.
The outcome is based on the best outcome for the student.
Yes,
so I just want to make sure that that's where our focus is with this.
Yes.
Any other discussion on it?
What would be the best way to receive feedback from each of you? What would be your email?
Probably email.
Okay. Yeah. Whatever it is, I would like your feedback. It's a topic we have discussed at the leadership level, Dr. Kaufman, Dr. Epley, and I, for quite some time. And I agree, Mrs. Sartain, it has to be the student as our focus, the center of how our students are going to be able to experience as many things as they can, as our policies have been developed to allow, but also considering all aspects of what their responsibilities are. So email.
Yeah. So, and that'll be brought back for action next month?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'll take that feedback and draft some policies that I can share in Friday memo or through the email, and then give feedback on that, and we'll craft a policy to vote on at the next board meeting.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
Mrs.
much.
McMullen. Okay, next we're going to discuss item B, the intruder detection audit, and Mr. Castillo will be giving us that report.
Good evening. The purpose for this information topic is to go over the summary of the intruder detection we had recently. So on May 8th, last month, we had an intruder detection audit that came out to one of our campuses. One of the findings they had, or the only finding they had, was they found an unoccupied portable classroom building that was unlocked. For that reason, they gave us the finding. We've got to do a corrective action, which we've done a live training with our staff members. Our next step is to provide you the summary, which we're doing now, and our last step will be taking this to our Safety and Security Committee meeting to satisfy the requirements for TEA. Again, this is just information. If you have any more discussion or if you'd like any more information, Dr. Atley can talk to you in the closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're all pretty aware of what the circumstances were with that. Did anybody have any questions they wanted to ask him about that? Okay.
We can talk in closed.
Yes, okay. So with that, we're gonna move on to 9C, discussion of SB 401, homeschool participation in UIL activities.
Hand me that microphone, I'll do my presentation over here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board, we are bringing to you one of the first legislative changes you're seeing from the 89th legislative session. We were issued, and for those of you who don't know, TASB issues out their regulation changes and board changes in a rolling cycle. So where a school district may have received update 125 a couple of weeks ago and has it in their session to approve this board meeting, we received that Friday, so you'll see update 125 in our session in July. But one thing I wanted to bring to you specifically, because we need to get it on the calendar, we have until September 1st because UIL is allowing us some grace for this year, but it will, going forward after this year, be a deadline of August 1st. And Senate Bill 401 passed, which basically reversed what we had in statute. If you'll remember, 24-25 school year, ISDs could opt in to allowing homeschool participation in UIL events. Now, the new law that is passed is that ISDs have to provide homeschool participation unless the school board votes to opt out of allowing homeschool participation. The other change that you will see is now homeschool students may participate in UIL activities at the school closest to the student's residential address that does allow homeschool participation. So, for example, if they were in the Navarro School District and you voted not to allow homeschool, but Comel ISD did, they would be allowed to attend Comel ISD, or vice versa. So if the school in which they are zoned opts out of homeschool participation, they can go to the nearest school district that opted in. So wanted to share with you tonight the two optional changes that are in the law, and so you'll see that in your attachments. And it's affected in two areas because there are two references to whether homeschoolers are allowed to participate, and so you'll see that in two separate areas of policy. One, which is the same policy that affects extracurricular absences, which is why I made sure that we would not be taking action on that policy until next month, so that, and I didn't want them to affect each other. You can choose to change one and not the other, and so they are presented separately for you to consider. So any questions that you might have about homeschool participation, we can talk through that now.
I just have a question about the private school comment, just with the vouchers and the funding. I know the governor hasn't signed this one yet, or at least it's not showing that he signed the Senate bill yet. which I'm sure, I know he will, but if we opt out for homeschool, was this actually written to allow private school students who would be receiving the funds there to be able to participate here as well?
It is only referencing homeschool
Only homeschool.
participation. Yes, ma'am.
So why are we using the verbiage private school?
So this is the suggested language from TASB to emphasize we are making sure that our message is clear, that you would have to be a student enrolled at Navarro ISD to be part of our UIL participation, regardless of what other legislation happens.
Also, legislative-wise, homeschooling is private school in the state of Texas, so it's all encompassing.
Yes. Makes sense.
Which surrounding schools allow participation?
Wimberley is the closest.
If you'll remember, the previous legislation gave you some money. I believe it's $1,500 per student to entice you to take homeschool students. So some of the smaller districts felt like that was incentive. I can tell you right now, the amount of travel that we have to do, $1,500 is not a profit for the district.
Are they continuing with those funds with this?
It hasn't been repealed. I think the issue is, and I'd have to ask, if you don't opt out, they're coming to you, so.
No, I
Yeah.
know that, I just didn't think there was any funding tied to it, that's why I
That's-
was
that's-
asking if
and
they kept
that's-
that funding there. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
that-
was
that would
under
be
the
my
impression there
question.
was any funding added to it. for
That
you
would
to
be
take.
my question as well, so I can definitely check before next month to make sure that you have that information.
Well, and here's one of my issues with that, to your point about our the attendance and fundamentally the no pass, no play. If we're gonna use that as our guideline, we can't apply that to homeschool students if they come and participate with our district in UIL. There's no way for us to apply that no pass, no play to them. So that fundamentally at that is why. And I mean, all of y'all know I had a homeschooler in high school, so I mean, you would think I would be like, yes, for this, but there's a lot of opportunities for homeschool students to be able to participate in extracurricular activities. She did state choir, she did state theater, she went on a national run for a basketball championship. Like, it's out there, so it's not like there's not an opportunity and we're their only hope. But our kids will be held to a different standard because those are our regulations and our, legislative things that we have to do for our kids to participate, and they are not gonna be held to that same standard.
And I think for the purposes of the community to understand, because the thought is I pay property taxes to the school, so therefore my taxes are going to the school, so therefore that covers the cost of my child participating in those. And I think what we need to make sure the community understands is, yes, you're paying those property taxes, but those property taxes are going to the state. And we are only receiving the money back for the students who are here under average daily attendance. So if you're not attending here, we're not receiving your tax dollars. Your tax dollars are going somewhere else. And so just so the community, because I know we do have a large community that supports the homeschool piece, and I get asked that question a lot. Why would you not allow us? We pay taxes. Well, yes, you do, but we don't actually receive the taxes for your child. So I just want to say that just to kind of explain kind of the why of why we might opt to not allow this, aside from not being able to hold to the same, rules in terms of grades and so on with some of these other changes that we're making.
And I think that also the conversation has always centered around UIL is a support of student athletes, student performers, student academic competitors. Student is always first. And in the structure of only serving the only serving the UIL need, we are not seeing that student as a student. We're not working with them as a student. We don't have that relationship as a student. And so it really is a difficult piece to assimilate. Parents are very concerned about what is that student doing all day long? Are they able to practice all day long? And therefore, they play more than my child, because I don't know what is happening on the homeschool curriculum, where we have a very restrictive schedule during the school day for our students, and they're not allowed to be out at the baseball field all day long. Similarly, and certainly discipline is not, the forefront. We just talked about how successful most of our UIL participants are academically and socially and through discipline. But to reference back to our previous survey, when you do need to discipline a student, the only thing we would have to work with them would be their playing time, or their placement in the UIL when I play, or where we put them on the field in marching band. And that really is counterintuitive to what we do with our students, which is your discipline is separate, whether it be in school suspension, out of school suspension. We're not pulling you from playing time or putting someone above you because you had a discipline issue. And I think that creates some confusion and some concern for us. But we're happy to investigate. Like I said, I will get more information on whether that money still exists for those folks if we were to accept them, and any other questions you have, because we do have time before next month, and where we'd be asking you for a vote. And then again, that will be annual until our next legislative session, where I'm sure something else will change about it. But yes, to Ms. Sartain's point, there's lots of opportunities. Whether you're in private school and you're experiencing the TAPS program, they have excellent opportunities for kids. So I don't think that we are leaving kids in the lurch by not allowing them to participate. I do think they have opportunities.
I would love to hear why we really chose to accept and what their experience has been. If they're glad they made that decision, or if they stay home. Do we know anybody there that could shed the little light on?
We can certainly ask.
All right, any further discussion on that item? Okay, then we will go ahead and move on to 9D, discussion of the Board of Trustees' goals and evaluation metrics. Can't get that microphone started.
Yeah, I'm asking him to turn it down a little. It's
Yeah.
a little hot.
Okay. Are we able to pull up our document on the, I know I didn't ask for that before, I'm sorry.
It is in the slides. We'll pull it up.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the draft, and I want to make sure that we all know it's a draft. This is the draft of the the goals and the metrics that we went through at our special called meeting that we had 2 weeks ago. And I think we got through everything except for like the very last, oh no, it's right there on number 5 with superintendent support, but I know we didn't get a lot of discussion time on that. But with what we have here, I guess I just kind of want to see if there's any further.
That is not in board book.
I was going to ask him.
It is.
There's
The
a
link
link.
is there.
There's a link under exhibits. If you
Security.
At the very bottom.
Doesn't like it.
the security's not opening it for you.
Yeah, it opened it.
It's got the superintendent first, and then it moves on to the board. Or the board first, and yes, there we go, Board of Trustees goals. And then it's got the superintendent's ones for reference.
I don't think out of Flipbook there is.
All right, okay, flip.
Did you have these in a Google Doc? Is that where you had them? when you,
Where I had them, what's them?
when you were taking the notes, when you were scribing, you had them in a Google Doc?
No, I emailed them.
She just sent them to me in Word and
Okay.
we put them in this draft form.
Okay.
So if we're gonna edit, I can take notes and
Okay.
we can edit.
I didn't see the link. I thought this
Yeah, I was
was
looking
not
for
been
the
Yeah, I
done.
didn't look for the link either.
I've never had to click on a link before for. a
I'm
document.
sorry.
I would have, wanted to print it out anyway.
I think after our, speak for myself here, after our new board training last week, I definitely got a better idea of the buckets for board member goals. They talked a lot about student outcomes, obviously, a lot about advocacy and funding. Almost every session talked about the superintendent evaluation, policy setting and operating procedures. I know I feel much more informed after last week, and I think that there's some tweaking that I would want to see on this document, but I'm just looking at it right now for the first time. And I think we kind of rushed through talking through this during our special meeting, and it's a really important document for us to have, and I think it needs a little bit more time.
Do you want to table it until July, or do you want to call another special meeting?
Let's talk through that. What would that special meeting look like?
It would, unless there's something else we would need to discuss, it would only be about, I would like to finalize it. If we have another special meeting, I would like to finalize.
Could it be done through team building? To do the team building checklist?
I mean, I feel like, yeah, if we're gonna be, like, to Becky's point, if there are some things that we need to tweak and refine, I feel like that needs to be a discussion. And that's not to say that we can't have the discussion in a regular meeting. I guess that just depends on how long the July meeting, how long the regular July meeting
Yeah.
would be
Right.
versus our ability to kind of, you know, talk through these and refine these a little bit more in terms of how we're gonna evaluate them and do we need to make some of those changes. I attend a lot of board meetings, so I'm not necessarily a fan of special meetings, but I do think, I agree with Becky, I think it is important that, you know, we take the time to do it right and not rush through that piece, because this document, to me, if we misstep here, we can also misstep in leading Dr. Epley in the direction that we want that component to go, for sure.
I agree with that.
Yeah, because that was what was critical, that's what I got more out of everything was superintendent evaluation is key, and then board evaluation, our self-evaluation, or we have to, once we hold everybody accountable here, that's what everything just pointed back to, every session, every break, whatever, pointed back to that every moment, so.
And I don't know how closely, again, because I haven't compared the two, how closely we mirrored what we did on this to what we placed, other than the metrics, to the superintendent's evaluation. I'd want to look at those side by side and see if we needed to, and they may be perfectly aligned. This is
And
just
that's
me
why we-
looking at it right now, going,
Yeah.
I don't, you know.
And that's why we did include it, so in that link, you'll see both. You'll see what you guys came up with in the superintendent evaluation, as well as this. And I agree, having the time to compare those, go through, decide, you know, what needs further alignment, or what might need tweaking, or what doesn't need to be there at all, based on your training, is definitely something to consider. I know you guys talked about some other things you wanted to do in Team of 8, so if that's something that we want to roll into Team of 8, I mean, certainly it fits that required training as a topic. We do have quite a few stuff, you know, items in July, but with it being coming off of a ledge year, there's just a lot that we have to make sure we're clear on.
I feel like we would probably be more productive if we did it in a team building setting.
Sure.
To be completely honest. I I've never been a part of team building without having somebody come in and facilitate it for us. So are we allowed to self-facilitate those?
No, not to get the credit. You need a certified trainer to get the credit. So we could have, though, the special meeting the same night. So if you dedicated a certain portion of that to this task without the interference of your, approved vendor, and then brought the approved vendor for the other portion of it, you could.
So I know one of the things you mentioned is one of the things we all have to do is the legislative update.
Yeah.
I wonder if, could we do that and do the legislative update and receive that training on a special meeting night?
That is-
And then we can go in and do this as like our own, because to me, I feel like I want this to be us and not,
Yes.
nothing against,
True.
Yeah.
any of the people that come in that do our team of
birds
8 or
we
anything, they're
kill.
great, but at the same time, we need to own this part of it.
Yeah.
Sure.
But maybe if we coupled it with the legislature, because I know you said we were gonna do that in the July meeting, but it
We
makes me
are.
wonder if we could maybe do that
In a special,
in a special
separate
meeting
special
outside
meeting.
of, to give us ample time to ask questions about
Sure,
what.
I can
'cause there's
ask.
a lot in there, especially on the parent pieces, wow.
I can ask if they would be available. We just need to identify a special meeting
Time.
date that all of you can be there, and then ask Mo Casey if they can be available for that special meeting to do the legislative update then. Mhm.
Everybody got your calendars out?
Anybody want to throw out a date?
Which month are we looking at? July.
June or July, whichever you
Our regular
prefer.
board meeting is the 21st, right?
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct.
Do we have a team of 8 already set?
We do not.
We usually do that in October. I don't know why, but that's when it's falling.
The 7th?
Like, we're thinking Monday, Tuesday, 7, 8 works for me, 14, 15 works for me.
July 7th?
7, anybody?
I'm good with the 7th.
I'm out of town on the 7th.
Oh, Becky's
Okay,
out.
what about
He's out. Are you here on the 8th?
She's going both.
I'm gone the
Gone
5th
both
through the
days.
10th. But the rest of July I'm in town.
The 1st? The 1st or 2nd?
I'm available.
Or the 30th?
Or the 30th, yeah.
June.
30th of June,
Yeah.
July 1st, July 2nd?
Yeah, 'cause I'm out the last week of July.
Last week of June or July?
July, so the first week of July is better for me.
That's what, June 30th or July 1 is
Oh,
what
I'm
we're
sorry, I
saying.
thought you said
Yeah.
July.
That's why I said June or July.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, the end of July is a no for me. Last week of July.
Yeah, we're all knee deep in it.
Let's figure out what should we give Mo Casey 2 or 3 options? Because we need them, right?
Yes,
Okay,
it's Julia Grizzard,
okay.
so she'll be able to come. I can text her and see if I can get an answer before the end. So if it's 30th,
Yeah, anytime that first week, I think,
I prefer Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, Thursday, I'm going.
okay.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
okay,
So 30th, 1st, or 2nd? Are you guys good on the 30th, 1st, or 2nd?
and 6 o'clock start time?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see what I can do.
So then that gives us, with this week, that gives us 2 weeks to be able to review the documents on our own and maybe come to the meeting with our ideas or things that we know we definitely want to discuss or anything we want to update, revise, or delete.
Yes.
Yeah. Get back to board. Also, is there any way that we could get what you sent, what is in that link sent to us in an attachment that we can print out
Yeah, or edit.
or edit.
I'll see what we can do about edit, but, yeah.
I'm old, I like to use a pen, so if I can print it out.
Well, you can definitely print out from the link, but
Can I?
as far
Okay.
as
Oh, I
editing,
can- Yeah, it
yeah.
wouldn't let me, but it's probably because I'm on a Chromebook.
Okay,
Yeah,
It didn't give me the option.
so let me
I'm a fan of pens.
work on it.
Okay. All right, so you will get back to us on her availability for one of those dates?
Mhm.
Okay, is there anything else we want to discuss on the trustee goals and evaluation metrics? Okay, so we will move on to reports. Is there anything in the reports that you have any questions on or you would like Dr. Epley to discuss with us here? Anything in financials? Okay, if there's not anything in reports, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Before I ask for a motion on consent agenda, is there anything anyone would like to discuss in the items 11A through 11H in the consent agenda?
My only question was, it was still kind of on that chiller, is $895,000. Was that basically, we were able to do that off of a bond savings? Or how do we, what was the reason for the alternate being thrown out there and then accepted after?
Ryan, do you want to come up and talk a little bit more about that?
It's just an almost $1 million, so.
If, you know, oftentimes when we're doing the bid, there is an estimation of how much it will be, and then so they say you won't have enough money for this, this, and this, but we'll put it in an alternate just in case, and then it does come back and you can afford the alternate. But also if we're investigating, what if we don't go with the contractor? Is there another option? And we see what that cost savings is, but I'll let him speak directly to this particular incident.
Oh yeah, no, all it was being an alternate that came in after the proposals. And it's $895,000. Was there a bond savings that allowed us to afford this, or was this just a necessary purchase? I mean, kind of why at the end?
There's still budget within the chiller replacements. Yeah, so the contractor's bids were around, I think, 1.1, and so you can see the savings to 895. That's a good marker.
Okay, that's all it was. I was
Yep.
just curious. All right.
Yep, and we're not taking funds from anywhere else, it's all within that budgeted.
Yeah.
Budgeted bond proceeds for the chiller project as a whole.
I just want to make sure it's still going.
Yes, still under budget. Good question. I know our taxpayers appreciate hearing that.
No. Was that satisfactory?
Oh, that's perfect.
Okay. Any other discussions in consent agenda?
Yes. Yeah, they said nothing per report. Nothing per report.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
A second.
Okay, the consent agenda, I'm sorry. I heard a motion from Lacey and a second from Donna. Any further discussion? The consent agenda is not going to pass unless I take a vote. All those in favor? I'm sorry. Consent agenda passes 7-0. Thank you guys. Okay, action items. 12A, the approval of the salary schedule for the 25-26 school year. And I believe we are going to have a presentation and recommendations on that.
Good evening. I am going to try to walk you through the process of what we came up with and why. But just so first, looking at, I handed out a budget worksheet. That budget worksheet, I do believe, presents our worst case scenario for our revenue side. And the dollar amount that we're proposing for the salary scale is included in those in those dollar amounts you see there, where it would show that we are still in essentially a balanced budget with a $200 surplus. So I do believe that that's our worst case scenario, but as Dr. Upley can testify, I've been going crazy today.
Yes.
Because I've had two different spreadsheets that gave me, from two different groups, that gave me two different numbers. And only about 20 minutes before the meeting started did I finally figure out why they came out with a different, and I got them to within a couple 100,000 versus they were off by a couple of million. So now at least I'm comfortable, I'm more comfortable than I have been. Again, the revenue will ultimately be subject to change based on where we fall with our property values. But I do believe, again, this is the worst case scenario for our revenue side. So now to walk you through the recommendations for our pay scales. As you may recall, the compensation committee had recommended doing a 6% increase for paraprofessional paraprofessional staff in the classroom, and 4% for those others across the board, on midpoint on 4%, and mid-scale for teachers. Of course, then, now that HB2 has passed, that made certain requirements then that now have to be met for any scales. It has mandated certain raises for teachers for any teacher with more than 4 years of experience, so those 5 and above. The state mandated a minimum $8,000 increase for steps 3 and 4. It mandated a $4,000 increase, and it provided no additional funding for 0 through 2. And those funds are supposed to be provided directly by the state and based on the counts that are provided and to them through our PEEM submission during the fall, when we classify teachers as teachers. So again, once again, PEEMS even becomes more important in terms of our funding for the future, making sure that's accurate. What we determined was that changing those scales for those teachers, we have a TASB we try to follow TASB's guidelines for our professional staff scales, our AP scales, as they relate to teachers, that they have to be at a certain level, where if the teachers are at a certain level, those scales need to be at a certain level. So all of those AP schedules had to be adjusted. And Ms. Boswell put in a ton of hours looking through those and working through those to try to ensure that we moved people correctly, we moved the scales correctly, and then we tried to place the staff back where, try to get them close to where they were on the original scale with the new scale. And so after looking at that, we determined that the teachers, what we could give to teachers, returning teachers with 5 or more years of experience would get an increase of $8,400. Returning teachers that are from 1 to 4 years will see an increase of $5,500. That $5,500, of course, is well above the $4,000 mandated, and it actually goes down farther. But we felt after discussion that we did not want there to be that massive of change between that year 4 and year 5. We wanted to try to close that gap for staff. Step 0, we increased by $1,000 so that a new teacher would get $55,300. We had to add a new scale for non-certified teachers, and again, mandated by HB2, that had to be $3,000 less than the scale for a brand new teacher. So that's why we have another note of, for a non-certified teacher, their starting salary is $52,300. Again, as I said, the administrative scales been adjusted, but for those administrative adjustments, we placed a cap. No one could receive greater than an $8,000 increase. We just placed a cap on that to keep it in line with what teachers were getting.
So is the percentage differently at midpoint for your administrators, or all administrators across the board are getting that 8%?
All administrators are not getting a certain percentage.
So they're all getting
It depends on where they fall, because that cap has an impact on several staff members, a bunch of staff members.
So if you're basing it on midpoint, everybody gets the 8,000.
Not everybody gets 8,000, but everybody gets at least I think we set it at 10%. But if it went over 8,000, it stopped.
Okay.
If it was less than 8,000, that's what they got.
So for administrator and professional pay scale, it's a 10% at midpoint. Wherever it falls, not to exceed 8,000.
Right, but again, there's also a whole lot of adjustments that occurred in there too, as we were tried to move staff over to where they were on their scale. So it's not like it's everybody, we were trying to keep them close to that scale, and we used 10% we thought that would get everybody close. But again, with the cap, again, not wanting to go over 8,000 on anybody, most of them, I want to say that it's not a majority one way or the other, I don't think. But there's when you look at the scales, you can see what the increases were for the various levels. But I do believe what we ended up doing was saying 10%, but no more than $8,000. But I get that right.
Yes, 10% of the midpoint with a cap.
Right. That's right.
Okay, I think that's what I said originally, and you were like, no, that's not right.
No, I'm sorry.
So how are we applying
I'm
this?
sorry. I apologize.
Is done.
I knew I would mess this up, and she'd have to correct it. Then clerical and paraprofessional staff all got 10% of the midpoint. So that's where their salaries went. And in addition, we are staying with our the compensation committee wanted to keep our contribution to the health insurance plan at that same percentage that we have in the past. So we are able to increase our contribution by $32 per month, which keeps us right at around 74–75% of the total cost of insurance on the individual owner. And so we're maintaining that percentage contribution level that we have had in the past. Any questions or?
Okay, so I do have a question, because when and I'm just looking forward, so, and I see our projections out. Do your projections 3 years out take into an account, we're gonna open a new elementary school, we're gonna have that many more teachers, that many more administrators?
Well, it shouldn't be that many.
It
Shouldn't be that many more teachers, because we're splitting them, so we'll have some extra teachers, yes.
You are splitting, but you're still gonna have two different ones, yeah.
Yeah, but
it's still going to be an increase in.
There will be an increase in administration, yes, and as you'll notice in year 3, I jumped from the additional teacher staff from 1.1 million the other year to almost 1.5 million in year 3. And it still leaves us a surplus going back to that point. So we should be able to absorb the cost.
Then in year 4, you drop it back down to 1.2.
Right, but that's saying I don't need to add as many teachers or staff that I added the year before, because we're not opening another school that year.
And the state is giving us the funds to pay the teachers. So, and that's the only reason I'm really asking about the administration and the increase in that, is because if we end up top heavy anywhere, and this is, please understand, I do not diminish any of the work that the administration is doing, and I absolutely think they deserve it. I just want to make sure we can pay for it long term. Because
that was
the administrative one is one that doesn't necessarily come down and continues to go up, where teachers ebb and flow, and the state typically gives us more money to cover those expenses. So that's what.
This is factoring in those costs, even if the state ultimately doesn't. I mean, we're factoring in that we need to be able to fund this progression. Now, there's no guarantee. You guys are going to sit there and you're going to say, next year, there's, the the legislature has committed to 2 years of this funding source. And I do think it's important to note that they did not give us money to adjust the TRS on behalf.
Correct.
We had to come up with that. So when you say pay this group of teachers 8,000 more, they're not supplementing what goes into that. And then what they gave us to try to spread amongst the rest of the groups was really not enough to cover, for sure. So he is factoring in that we are maintaining that. Now, he'll come to you with adjustments because, as we know, we are seeing growth, and that allows us to be in this position. We weren't in a deep deficit, so that allows us to be in this position. But if we don't see the property taxes, being collected the way we're forecasting, those adjustments will come, and he'll be reporting that to you to say, hey, we need to keep that in mind as we tighten our belts in this area, or we say maybe it's only a 2% raise next year. But that's been the conversation as we've worked through. There are 2 different models right now, model spreadsheets for forecasting what our revenue will be and what we can budget for. But, Paul is exactly what you want in a time like this. He's extremely conservative and is making sure that we're covered. So those are the questions we've been asking is, can we afford to do this? Can we afford to maintain it? I do think we're going to end up, and in fact, in my conversations with some other districts, taking a much larger leap than they're able to. And that's going to position us well, even if we had to hold to a lower increase moving forward. I think some folks, and we've already, today we were drafting what will go out if this is approved, and leaving blanks for adjustments for what you guys decide on. But the communication, I think, could be really confusing, because I think they're going to hear that a district gave a 10% raise, but they're not factoring in, is that a district that was able to give, or that was mandated to give the higher number or the lower number, right? So I think just asking our employees to dig a little deeper before you go jumping, because they may say, oh, we gave $5,000. Well, yeah, that was mandated by the state. And that really and truly was the question I was asking at SLI as we were going into those TASB conversations. Because once we got guidance, and I do want our employees to understand, we have been working hard on this. And to be out in front, I'm very proud of the work the team has done, because when we got to SLI, those sessions were packed. The second session, I saw them out in the hall because board members were saying, but what about bus drivers? How are we going to make this work when we do this? And we very quickly recognized that if we didn't work the scale, an AP at a junior high would be making $37 less than if he had stayed in the classroom, and that doesn't even factor in TIA. So how we were going to finesse and structure that, I think, was really important, and knowing that we do have the local funds to be able to do that was important, but also making sure we can sustain it, and knowing that past this biennium, it's anybody's guess. Now, I would tell you right now, if I'm an educator and that gets pulled by the next group of legislators, I don't know what it's going to take to wake the sleeping dragon of teachers, but I'm pretty sure that'd be it. So, but again, we don't have a guarantee. I do feel very strongly that when the guidance came out Friday at 4 o'clock from TEA, that we were able to quickly say, we are meeting all of the requirements. There was some confusion in the way that they talked about the 0, 1, and 2 year slot, and so I had asked TASB, does there have to be a full, $5,000 differential between that and the third year? And the answer was no. As long as we provide the state increase, we can do what we want with the rest of the scale. So just wanted to make that clear that, you know, we definitely have explored all of the options and tried to be as robust as we could. But also we're very mindful that we need to honor the compensation task force request, and we need to honor all of our employee groups, which I'm not sure some of our, you know, other school districts are going to be able to and have the luxury to do. So I'm very proud that we've been fiscally responsible and that the board has been mindful of that, and that we do have a good plan going forward that I think keeps the scale balanced.
So with the increase, and I'm sure you've done the numbers, on the administrative side, that still keeps our administrators enough ahead of us being able to try to grow our own teachers into those admin positions. And I know that once TIA kicks in, that's gonna be harder.
It's gonna be harder.
Because TIA is gonna kick that over, but that's a huge problem everywhere else. No one wants to go into administration because you can make more money in the classroom, and so I appreciate it. You've done a great job, Paul. I'm absolutely not being critical at all. I just want to make sure we can keep this going, because I understand what the other side looks like, and it isn't pretty if we can't afford to keep it going.
Yes, we
It's really bad.
Well, this was definitely a group effort with Dr. Kaufman and Alicia, and so couldn't have done it without all. It took a group to work through all of the questions and come up with the answers.
And I do think, Dr. Gosh, that there is a movement to solve the teacher shortage by bringing admin back into the classroom. And so I do think in the long term, we are going to have to look at, you know, what that looks like. I know I went to a session last week with Fort Stockton. They have absolutely flipped the script. They do a full performance pay, and they put the money in the needed positions in the classroom. But they also have cut teachers that they do not feel are tested subjects. So, and our teacher in their district makes less than an Algebra 1 teacher, regardless of their years of service. And so I do think we are looking, you know, at a shift in the pay structure in this profession. And I think there's going to be some hard conversations going forward, and I do think it's going to be a conversation that this district will need to have about what do we value, how do we feel we can best recruit, and what does that look like not only for our educators in the classroom, but all employee groups, and certainly how we view administration. But we have time to do that. This one is how we're tackling this year.
I think those were all very good questions. Thank you for asking that. Anybody else? I was scared about what this was going to look like with all the legislation coming down. So thank you for making
Not
it.
the only one.
Yeah. Well, you made it so that I could read it and understand it, so I appreciate that.
Again, that was my first draft, got very edited. So by Dr. Kaufman and Alicia, so, and Dr. Epley, so.
Well, we
yes.
appreciate your team also, so thank you.
So it is more than the 8,000, right?
Yes.
How much for the, just so everybody, like teachers know?
See, anybody 5 and above will get an $8,400 increase, returning teachers. Those who are returning will see an $8,400 increase.
I think you're right. I think you are going to have some confusion on this, so we just need to make sure that the communication is available and clear so that everybody understands.
We always have confusion because there's a lot of reference to that entrance step schedule. A lot of teachers assume that is a ongoing step schedule, and it is not. It is approved every year by the board, and so once it's adjusted, the old one no longer exists. So you oftentimes get employees looking at that schedule and saying, well, in 2 years I'll make. But with inflation and hopefully being in a district that is continuing to grow the schedule, you don't want to stick to the old schedule. But it is hard sometimes for folks to understand. So we were working on communication today, and then of course We'll have some FAQs as questions come in. We'll update that on the website and then create opportunities for people to come in and sit down with their individual situation, right? Because although we are keeping up, and that is a wonderful benefit, there are very few districts that are able to do that with the insurance piece, keep up with those increased insurance costs. That is just at the base level of a single employee. So having the conversations about what does this look like now for me, who's supporting my family on this insurance, those conversations will need to happen, and we're happy to schedule that time so each employee understands what it looks like. But as long as that exists in this year and the next year, certainly school districts under 5,000 will have an advantage as long as they are not in deficit and they're continuing to grow. So we'll continue, and I know Paul also factored in those folks that are on the bubble, right? If you're a 4-year teacher this year, but you become a 5-year teacher next year, because that funding will be coming to us via our PEMS reporting and making sure that we have clean PEMS reporting about teachers. They did take off the mandate of a teacher of record, so it's only for classroom teachers that have 4 periods, a minimum of 4 periods that will qualify. So we did get that list so we could cross-check, and we'll continue to adjust that as we hire folks.
And I think communication to the community too, because I know, being able to take care of our teachers is a very big deal.
Absolutely.
And a lot of topic of conversation from our community, just making sure that our teachers are being well compensated and taken care of, so.
Yes, and as soon as the surrounding districts have their votes, I know several of them are doing them this month, we'll be able to compile that and kind of reorg where we fit in the comparison to get that communication out as well.
Thank you. All right, any other questions or discussion? You got any? Okay. If we've concluded our discussion, do I hear a motion?
I move to approve the proposed pay increases as part of the 2025-2026 district compensation plan as presented.
Okay, the motion made by Clint, second by Donna. Any other discussion? All those in favor? That motion's gonna pass 7-0. Moving on to 12B, selection of the 2025 delegate and alternate as needed to the Texas Association of School Board TASB Delegate Assembly at TexEdCon. I think Dr. Gosh did that for us last year.
She did. This is going to be in Houston this year, and the registration opens on July 22nd, so we thought we would go ahead and get, if anybody was interested in attending, so that we can go ahead and get you booked and set up if you are interested. I also, just for the record, included in Friday memo any of you that might want to join LTASB or Leadership TASB. Certainly if you're interested, let us know and we'll make sure that we can sign you up for that training.
Come on, Joel. He's talking about Leadership TASB.
TASB,
Yeah.
I mean, I enjoyed doing the delegate last year.
Mhm.
If anybody else is interested in doing it, it was a really cool thing to do. I will probably be there anyway. So.
You did a good job representing us. You would like to do it again.
This year, I don't know that there will be as much because it's not a legislative year. But I'm sure there will be some discussion. It was very interesting last year because it was leading into the legislative year. And interestingly enough, everything was about fighting the whole voucher program, which was a lost cause to begin with. That was what the governor wanted, so it was kind of a lost cause to even go after that. But it is done after the conference is over, so you were there when everything is over. So.
And there's opportunity for an alternate as well. So if you vote in a delegate, you can also vote in an alternate if for whatever reason they couldn't go, but the alternate can also attend, they just can't vote. So if you're thinking to yourself, I might be interested in going later, I just want to know what it looks like. That alternate position is a good way to get your foot in the door and see the process.
It operates very much like the House and Senate floor. I mean,
very cool.
They get up, they talk about it, different people stand up and, you know, it's an interesting, and then you vote in a similar way that you would in the state legislature. It's kind of interesting.
I move to approve.
Well, is somebody volunteering to do it?
After gosh, enjoyed it last year.
Volunteering me to do it again.
Have fun again.
Yeah, I think you did a great job.
Volunteer me to do it again.
I've heard that a couple times from Donna, that you did a great job, so.
Do you want to be our delegate? Would you like to be our delegate? I don't want to volunteer.
If nobody else wants to do it, I am happy to represent the district as the delegate, unless there's somebody else that just wants the experience to do it. So.
I don't mind going as an alternate, but I don't want the responsibility of being the delegate this year.
I'm just not available on the dates.
Yeah, I would only be there for the 13th.
I'm still learning the basics.
Dan?
I'll be happy to be the delegate, and then if anybody decides to attend later as the alternate, then I guess you can just go as the alternate.
Okay.
Now I can do it.
Now, do I hear a motion?
I move to approve Dr. Lacey Gosh as the assembly delegate for the 2025 CASB Tex Ed Con Convention.
There a second?
A second.
Okay, motion made by Becky, second by Donna. Any discussion? All those in favor? That motion's gonna pass. 6-0 with Dr. Gosh abstaining.
I did get a answer back, and Julia is available for the update on June 30th at 6 o'clock.
Okay, so this is June 30th. Okay, at this time, the board is going to go into closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551071, 5510821, consultation with the school attorney regarding pending litigation and possible settlement of student v. Navarro Independent School District before a special education hearing officer for the state of Texas, docket number 214-SE-0325. Consideration and possible action concerning pending litigation and possible settlement of student v. Navarro Independent School District before special education hearing officer for the state of Texas, docket 214-SE-0325. Consider and take possible action regarding revenue sharing agreement with the Seguin PFC for the Lily Springs apartment project, including possible delegation of authority. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551074, to consider the annual contract terms of the superintendent. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551074, to discuss the duties of the Board of Trustees. Texas Government Code 551074, to discuss the duties of the superintendent. 551074, to discuss the employment and resignation of professional personnel to include teachers and other professionals in consideration of a certification waiver request pertaining to personnel. And pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551072, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Any related action will be taken in open session. It is 8:42 and we will adjourn. All right, the time is 11:04 PM and we're reconvening in open session. Do I hear any motions?
I move to accept the recommendation of the superintendent and school attorney and direct the superintendent and the school attorney to proceed as discussed in closed session concerning student versus Navarro Independent School District for a special education hearing officer for the state of Texas, docket number 214-SE0325.
Second.
A motion by Clint and a second by Lacey. Any discussion? All those in favor? Motion's gonna pass 7-0. Do I hear any other motions?
I move to approve the revenue sharing agreement with the Seguin Public Facility Corporation for the Lily Springs Apartment Project and delegate authority to the superintendent or her designee to negotiate and execute the revenue sharing agreement and all other necessary documents in a form approved by legal counsel.
Second.
Motion was made by Joel and second by Lacey. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That motion's gonna pass 7-0. Are there any other motions?
I move to approve the extension of the superintendent contract through school year 27-28 with the salary as discussed in the closed session.
Second.
The motion was made by Becky and second by Lacey. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That motion also passes 7-0. And any further motions?
Yes. I move that the board approve the submission of a certification waiver request to the TEA for the candidate specified in the supporting documents that were reviewed in closed session.
Second.
Motion was made by Dan and second by Lacey. Any further discussion? All those in favor of that motion? That motion is going to carry 6-0. Are you abstaining? Joel is abstaining. Is there any further discussion? Okay, the time is 11:06.